Hello. It me. We're here again in the impact of Genshin. I want to try and complete the new story today. And there's no Final Fantasy raids, so should be able to do it, hopefully. If it's not too long. I don't think it is. From everything I've read, I've sort of seen how long it is. I think I should have enough time. Hopefully. We're near the end of the first part anyway, so that's great. I didn't spoil myself or anything, but I know how many quests there are. But yeah, it's going to be Genshin today, and then we'll talk about what we're doing next week after we finish the day. We're a detective. We were a detective yesterday before we had to jump on Final Fantasy. We're a detective again. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. I was thinking if the story's like really good, I might actually make a YouTube video of the whole like story or just the highlights. Put it on my Final Fantasy YouTube channel. Not a Final Fantasy YouTube channel, it's all I've put up there so far. Probably is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used it to execute their plan. But then there's a random grate.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Perhaps.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Yeah, if the girl that was in the box went through there, I could see that. But I would then notice it go through the magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person passage, barely. But leaving, I don't know, it looked like a pretty big vent. But leaving along with the missing lady seems an unrealistic prospect.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Yay. I could have finished that yesterday.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene.
That took like 2 minutes. I could have done that yesterday before I logged into Final Fantasy. I just didn't want to get stuck in a long cutscene without knowing, right?
Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
I see.
The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
Seems so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
I wish I could, like, get Navia's clothes in Final Fantasy. I like her outfit.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
Oratrice will too.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
That is fair.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Novelette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
Speaking of Novelette, I kind of wanted to look up who his voice actor was, but I guess I can do that later, but sounds familiar.
Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Yes.
Huh? Why?
We knew that yesterday.
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Alright, Silver. Absolute Giga Chad over there.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Not really a time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Okay.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Malice is a good guy, you know, he does everything. He does the cleaning, he does the cooking, he's ready for anything.
You're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These
Okay.
three are quite the interesting group.
Must be a Spina di Rosula thing. I forgot how to say it. It's been a whole day. I've forgotten.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
Man, I thought the sweets and stuff that Final Fantasy cutscenes would lay out on the table in front of you sometimes looked alright, but I would eat these.
But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also
True.
need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Man, that's true. Beating egg whites, actual arm work. Any sort of baking where you have to just get in there and stir something really vigorously, you know?
Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
I would love to see Paimon have a sugar rush.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Why don't you take a break as well, gentlemen?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
Okay.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people. The missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
Could have been, actually. That's a good thought. Didn't think about that. Maybe she beat someone up.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
I don't know why she would take her clothes off, though.
Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
No evidence that this 3rd person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this 3rd person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
She had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. Unless she was in on it. Because the thing that chose the aisle and seat number is also rigged.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Okay.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
5, Paimon. You were only meant to have 3.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Greedy little.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Everyone knows how much you love eating.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
Really doesn't think she did. Who ate them then?
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
It's another case. Within a case. We're having a murder mystery and a macaron thief mystery at the same time.
Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's no need for that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
They love making macaron.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
Mm-hmm.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
That's probably gonna happen anyway.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
If we need to, we'll just resort to violence.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go.
Yeah, Di Rosula. There you go,
I'll be
got it.
back if I find anything new.
Neither Cal nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
I think I'm all reviewed, you know? I don't even know how to get to them without... I guess there's an inventory somewhere. Yeah.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at Taoyin... Yeah, this is basically just the same stuff. Pretty much already read.
This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey.
Wow.
This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod.
Kinda does look like the hooks from the fishing rod.
This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Why would someone derobe?
Why would it be him?
We've only got 8 of 9.
Strange.
We're missing 2 in the tunnel as well.
Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
Apparently.
We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers.
That's why Paimon is never going to be a guard.
And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick.
Well, actually, she did guard me once when my character went to sleep, and then she wandered off. So yeah, she's not a very good guard.
There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work. That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
True. I don't think I can get back into the tunnel. Please. Wonder if I can actually search for anything. This is just the same stuff I've already investigated, right? Ugh, get up on the box. Can't even get up there. We're flying. I'm stuck. Actually stuck in a box. Shit. I don't know if I can get out because it's like a story mission. Game, let me out. Wow. I found the new glitch. No, this shit's happened in this game before. Because we're in a story mission though, getting out of it might be a bit hard. Well. Where am I? I'm here. If I teleport out... I'll just have to try to brute force my way out. Character's so stuck in here though. Like, holy. I wonder how much the story will interrupt itself if I leave the area. I don't think I'm getting out of this. These damn gamers always finding a way to break video games. But I used to be a game tester, so it's only natural that I break the game. I'm just hoping that it doesn't break it. They've still got that part of the quest up, so that's a good sign, I guess. Dude, this place is actually lovely. Can I get back in? I was not meant to leave in the first place. Don't mind me. Make sure everything's as it was.
Why would it be?
Good. Problem is I'm missing a few clues, but I can't actually search for clues. Isn't great. I'm going back in there. I won't do the same thing again though. So there must be like something hidden even more in this place. It's actually hard to know what I've looked at so far because... Can I go in here? Seen Paimon in here? If only I could climb the ladder. Maybe I'll get more clues later, but... Not sure. Perhaps a multi-day trial. guard has nothing to say. Any word is Mond?
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end, we're both after the truth.
Alright, well, guess there's nothing to do but advance time.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Do have some thoughts.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Probably.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Itchy nose to me. Ugh.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Well, apparently I missed some clues, so I don't know if it went great.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
We didn't really find out much.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Surely the Hydro Archon isn't trying to frame them.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Did on stage and I got PTSD because someone died.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
I feel like Lenny's gonna have to use some different magic after this because everyone's gonna know how he does it.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
It's not exactly a great shot.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
You didn't hear the thud?
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lenny not know about that sound? Exactly. if he was in there.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the oratress's stance on the trial, and they're weighing towards Karina's side right now.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
That's a bit mean.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
What does that mean?
The House of the Hearth?
Oh. That. The Tui.
No wonder they did something like this.
Look, I've been playing this game for a little bit of years, but I don't play it enough to remember things.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
We're just letting their ego spike up a bit because we know how egotistical she is, and then we can retort, right?
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
It would have been good to know.
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points.
It's not like we don't have friends in the Fatui already.
First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
No doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Linny has concealed his identity, it could all have been set up before him. Plus Childe is here in Fontaine, true, along with other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work. I've been a victim of such schemes before. Now.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
Now we need to defend our client.
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
It's not looking good.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
A brief adjournment.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
We are very professional.
In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Yeah, my first court case not going so well. I need information,
Well,
Linny.
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Ugh. Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I don't think being in the Fatui means you're a bad guy. I mean, sure, they do some bad stuff. But
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Flash.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
True.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Not in this case. It's a good, Oh, he is.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
It's a grand heist. What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operate?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
I don't know if I believe.
It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
Once a liar, always a liar. Ooh.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
I'm not allowed to leave.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two.
Yep.
If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
We already have the key evidence.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Do we just do a trial by combat? Then we can tip the Arcturus the other way. Lenny claims that he headed to a chamber containing the Arcturus core upon entering the tunnel. Did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Arcturus core, within the Opera House's underground structures. So to cleanse him of this bad, we're gonna have to out him. But then we'll only get charged with another criminal offense. I guess it's better than murder. Surely. What would you rather do? Murder? Or try to figure out something? Curiosity really did kill the cat.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Guy's such a Giga Chad though.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions, of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations. These are big words, man. I'm not a lawyer. I'm having to read these words. To convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratress will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutations and unveil the truth. Can I screw it up?
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Yeah.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
I have to wait until it's all done.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box.
It's a very convenient line though.
Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Yes.
Key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
There loopholes between Enter and the tunnel? What do we got?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective
What
rebuttal.
I was thinking. Like, it would probably go here, right?
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
What would go here, though? Strange voice?
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Sound?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Close?
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
So I can't get all of them.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
I thought not, because it would have been really hard to get all 5.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view.
And
Therefore, he's innocent!
the character was talking, and then for some reason we let Paimon shout out our defense. You know, that's just how we roll. We rebalance the scales. Good.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
I'm wondering if that new evidence went in here. Yeah, okay, cool. There's still one here though.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with within a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cal bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time. How could he have not heard that sound? Why do you You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. This one? Perhaps. Irrelevant. I like how it's irrelevant.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here.
Thanks, Paimon.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Paimon's got my back. I'm stupid.
This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
I do hope she keeps these glasses and moustache on forever, though.
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
That's what we're getting to, I guess. The murderer was... Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case question. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete the logic chain. Guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope, bending the water tank above the stage. Caused the water tank to fall and kill Cal in the box below. Lenny is no longer under suspicion. Only the other members of the troupe would have had time to tamper with the props. Bleh. Doing it himself. I guess. Lenny gave a detailed account on how the trick was supposed to work. Reading. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via the tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use that tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. Clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Select any clue and view detailed information.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Hmm?
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious?
Did Cal kill himself?
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
What a twist.
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then. What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Okay. When we envisage Lenny as having been unable to interfere with the crime.
No one
Yep.
entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
True.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So,
I don't know the
where
order
would
to
the
put
criminal
them.
have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey.
Maybe this one?
Clothing was in the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the sound we heard may have come from a
Can't like right click them out. Just reading up here and it's like
It would have been tough for both people to fit. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our Linny was not in the tunnel.
Oh, you
at
can
that.
switch them there.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Alright.
The sound we heard may have come.
Put that one
The
there.
deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. Linny
This
was
one
not in the
there.
tunnel at. The deceased's name is Cowell.
Where did the missing Halsey go? I have no idea.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So.
Can't have gone in there. No exits. Maybe she was still in the crowd. No. Okay.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
The last one I choose. See it.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Still wrong though. The criminal must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic trick. Must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cal had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. Strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cal and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. Would have given time for Cal to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house. What I was saying, she was just in the crowd, right? So even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Objection.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
I didn't even have all the clues. I thought I was wrong. I didn't even have them all. The game was debating me.
It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
True, now that you mention it, Lynette did leave her clothes behind when she disappeared.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cal's personal effects.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Really been working on their cutscene character face movements and such.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
Thanks, dude.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
What does it mean?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Classic.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
It's where we are. And murder happened yesterday.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine, It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
I mean, wasn't there a prophecy about it? So.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Yeah, we learned that when we first got here.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
That would be handy, because right now...
Right!
they're all over the place.
That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The liquid the guards found in Cal's luggage seemed to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water.
The deceased's name is Cowl.
Cal was the prime suspect. What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the solution?
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Surely, right? Oh.
The water from the primordial...
Let's go in there then. The timing? Could it be the hook?
Lynette was in the magic
Not
box on
these.
stage the entire... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Could be that. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
One is it?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there
Be
was
this?
something...
Smart. We're becoming a great detective.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
True, there were balloons in the box. I didn't even think about that. Smart Paimon, you're smart.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
We've never tipped the scales in our favor, but
I do. Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Of course there was. Hey, contingency plan, right?
What?
That can't be.
If you're not gonna get away with it, you might as well be a frame.
I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
We go again.
He did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
I like this part of the game. Like this part. Maybe they should make an event out of it.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Okay.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
Find those holes.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is
Surely
this
we
the
can.
end of the road?
Surely we can find a rebuttal. Jesus.
Oh
It didn't even let me.
no. Either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this.
Scales were just like,
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Avia.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Whoa.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
I knew she did something.
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Oh, he didn't kill himself then. That would have been impressive, though. Like, you know, he set up a murder of someone else and then he ended up in his own trap.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
Okay, I understand now. So the real Halsey was gonna get dissolved. But because this person's from Mondstadt, the dissolution water can't work on her. Okay.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
It is the same girl from the harbor.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
It all makes sense.
Can a person even hide in there?
They're a practice hand at concealment, probably.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it.
I think the water tank falling down was just a contingency plan to remove all the evidence, right?
Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
So he did kill himself in the end.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
New evidence just dropped the balls, let's get him. Where from, though? I mean, the evidence we have doesn't have Halsey in it at all. Or Lillian. Alright, so we got infighting.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
Mm-hmm. Downstage accident did happen. Audible thump. Maybe this?
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved.
What a shock.
He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box.
Pretty strong.
With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
I love how the scales have still never balanced completely in our direction. It's just like, they're really biased, I think.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Man, how'd she manage to do that? Crazy.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
She must be really good at thieving to just steal 2 macarons while we're having a chat at the table.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Finally.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
Yes, what more do you have for us?
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Her ego can't stand to lose, though.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Don't worry about it. You're a god. I'm sure you'll find a way to figure it out.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Do gods need dignity? You just do what they want.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise.
All she got was a little shower instead of a dissolved. Probably for the best.
Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Liliane. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Liliane, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
It's interesting that they're not like, oh, but we can make another case against him. He's stealing secrets for the Fatui.
While there is much in Linny and Liliane's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
That's what I think.
this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Good job, Paimon.
Great work, partners. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
Porter's never out of session.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders.
Whose?
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Who's the boss? He dissolved himself?
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
We're never gonna leave this opera house. We were just here for a play. A show.
So
Now we live here.
we're just going back now?
Problem seems to have been solved for now. Apparently we're not needed here anymore.
True, but
Traveler, Paimon, please wait. ...
Linny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time.
Funny when the character that you're playing, it's similar to like Final Fantasy XIV when you're going through the story, like your character just gets aggressive and offensive towards people that I would have no problem actually talking to. Like I wouldn't be standing looking away from him right now. I'd just be like, alright, let's hear it.
As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
He's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
It's not something you hear a lot.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks.
Reminds me of when this game first came out, and if you were playing the female character, you would get called a male. And if you were playing the male character, you get called a female because the translation was like opposite. It was so funny.
I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days.
They're never over.
But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
I don't like where this is going.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
She's a cat girl after all.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Yeah.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
You know, the story of Genshin's gotten pretty dark in the past, but like, I'm already feeling like this might be the darkest version of it.
I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles.
We had a murder. Trying to sell people.
But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Nave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
Yeah.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Sorry, but I still can't completely trust.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Understood. I'm sure we'll see each other again.
Bye, Linny!
Damn. Just wondering what was over there. That was a lot of information.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
I wasn't needed anymore.
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well,
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearances case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
I'd hang out with Navia, though.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer.
For reasons.
Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Paimon's all about it.
Well,
Free
I'd
food?
just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, let's go have that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal!
Act 1 complete. Offerings to the Fountain of Lucine unlocked. How much new shit is gonna happen now? We're gonna keep going through the MSQ, but that MSQ took about 4 hours, give or take. Was it this fountain that has offering? Oh yeah, and I can get free shit. How many of these do I have now? 39. Hell yeah. Sort of saving them. I don't really want... don't really want Linny and stuff. Might save them all for when Raiden Shogun comes back. Try to get C2. When you throw the hydro sigils you obtain across Fontaine into the Fountain of Lucine outside the upper class, raise its level and obtain valuable reward. Yeah, basically the same stuff that's happened every zone now. I need to actually grind these out in the other zones at some point, but it's never been something that I have put much time into just yet. Go. We are going down. We don't need an elevator. Dude, this city's cool though, like the fact that there's so much verticality and everything. It's probably not going to be that fun to run around in all the time. But if you start from the top, you can basically get everywhere, right? Like, that's cool. I like it.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
It's been a while.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Where's her bodyguards?
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Does look great.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well,
1 star.
Then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only 1 dish per table.
You sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Maybe Navia likes eating as much as Paimon.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough.
True.
Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right?
Depends.
Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Well, we wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so because every time we run into her, she's trying to attack us.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
Our objective is always to talk to the Archons.
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, we could just commit a crime, like I said yesterday, and then just talk to her instead of doing the whole defend self thing.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Like I said, commit crime.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
True.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
I don't think that's a great idea. For many different reasons. Also, this guy back here, like this mechanism they have, that looks cool. I want one in my house.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
This could be a little bit of fun, Paimon.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusation she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Worth a try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that.
Fonta.
Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
Fontainian Fanta.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
I mean, salty drinks might be good for Fontainian people. They do live in the Hydro Nation after all. They probably don't want to drink water, you know. It's everywhere. Probably not that interesting.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Could try walking.
Nah, that would be so normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
It was a pretty pricey meal.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Thanks.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
I'm sure we'll see lots of Navia around in, like, MSQ or story missions anyway. I don't think that character's going anywhere anytime soon. Not with how Genshin Impact players are. Surprised they didn't just release her on the banner immediately. There's my new waifu for the zone. Time to grab. Hopefully she's a fun Geo character when she does come out though, because Geo characters in this game haven't really held my attention that well. Oh, they're playing hide and seek. Like, what's this boy doing? That makes sense. Where do I even have to go? Outside the city. I wonder if I keep following this path around though, if I can grab the the waypoint at the Adventurers Guild. That'd probably be pretty handy to have. Looks like perhaps. Also, this waypoint here, the Adventurers Guild literally being right there, and the Crafter. I think that's probably the best one they've actually put in the game. He literally run like 2 seconds and you... Nice, good change. I can teleport here, right? Yeah. Continue on. Cat. Or is it a dog? A dog. It looked like a cat. Dog.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
The fountain's talking to me again.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel strong emotions.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It Vache, right?
Mm-hmm.
Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
We're going in. Oh, it's a hydro or an oceanid. That's what they are. Where is this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
I don't think so.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not.
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
One of the dissolved girls, perhaps.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting, I never knew how heavy it could be.
You need me to find him.
No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories.
I would still like to find him to understand exactly what's going on.
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Vache was the witness to the fact that you dissolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release.
Vache murder her.
It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Paimon?
Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
As you wish. Interesting. What the hell? What hellscape did I wake up in? He uses a two-handed sword?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
But why? Chlorand.
Chlorand?
Oh, she's helping us? Good.
Quick, now's our chance!
Dude, if Chlorine... I'll say it after the cutscene. Dude, those things are trying to burst out of that chute.
Thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
If Chlorine and Navia get put in the banner at the same time, like, you know, separate banners, because they have two generally, if they put them both together, they will be making more money than they probably ever have with two banners. It doesn't matter if these characters suck. There are other reasons to get them.
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
Although she's looks like a one-handed sword lightning character, which, you know, I use Kaching a lot, so I already have. And the other one's a two-handed sword Geo. They might not be the best characters, but assets.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
True.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
They're not important.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me.
I don't know what's going on.
And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with a Maison Gardiennage could control them.
Can someone explain what's going on?
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Very serious.
Right.
God dang.
I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Navia and Chlorine are basically the opposites of each other. What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and can't be a duelist named Chlorine who came out to save us too. We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
So you're a fighter now, Paimon.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
I didn't try to thank you. I just was hoping that the game allowed me to choose. And wasn't just an illusion of Elise.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Those are Navia's mods.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait, do you mean that... I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Are you saying we were poisoned?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
I see. Navia would have been dissolved.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, neither of us are from Fontaine.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
I guess so.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Stepped into a world with a oceanid.
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again.
We should probably find Vache.
Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to the Linnet, the ability to hear voices like that is to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. The person named Vache was the witness when she was dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
Yes.
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost them.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Okay.
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
I wouldn't mind.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Where are we going? We're going back to the city? Yes. Before I go back to the city, I'm going to take a few minutes break because I need to use the toilet. And I want to have a little bite to eat. So I'll go AFK at this fountain. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Hello again. Have a nice time sitting, awaiting at the fountain. I was thinking, while I was in the bathroom, I was looking at like who was streaming and stuff today on my phone, and there's people that have been playing Baldur's Gate since day one, still playing Baldur's Gate, and I'm like, man, that game is gonna give me like a whole month or two of streams. Like I won't need to stream anything else. When I start playing that, so that'll be good, but also I guess I should finish up everything else that I am wanting to do before that.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you. What's that? Flower? Weird.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
The music in this place is nice. It's chill, jazzy. Loot. Definitely, definitely good music. Sings to me. We're going into the sewer. So we're hanging with the sewer rats. Yeah. My kind of people. We have entered the Thieves Guild. It is actually Dishonored. Fontaine is Dishonored. Always has been. I made a joke about it yesterday, but apparently I was correct. Like the architecture's the same. We're now in the sewer. Sort of Bioshocky too though, which is awesome. I love Bioshock. Even though personally I haven't played through the Bioshock series, I've watched a hell of a lot of playthroughs. Maybe someday I should probably play it.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Although if anyone says would you kindly, then I'm not gonna do it.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thanks.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Thanks.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Sure you'll get there.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Did Clorinde have to take him out?
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Interesting.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
That is always interesting when I think of like duel to the death systems, right? Like, you fight for your honor. So if you win, you're honorable, I guess. But if you die, what then? You go out like a Giga Chad, sure, but you lose everything. So it's sort of it's a flawed system for the loser, isn't it? It does seem quite odd.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
Yes.
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Understandable, though.
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
True, people do love drama. I mean, as someone who streams mostly Final Fantasy XIV, I think the viewers would go up greatly if I was just focusing on the drama of it rather than the gameplay.
People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
True.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Miss Clorinde.
Or that might be the case.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
I wonder the mood was a little strange with the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorinde has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena...
I mean, you're not going to give up. If your opponent doesn't give up, why What reason do you have to?
There was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
I'd forgive her. But I might have ulterior motives.
Afterward, Ms. Cloran told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensured Demoiselle Navia's safety.
And that indicates that he intended to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
I understand how important it is.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Thanks, Silver. Absolute Giga Champ.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
My ass around. Dude, the music's great. I think I'll enjoy Fontaine.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Don't say that. You'll bring calamity upon it.
Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Can I go, Poisson? Poisson?
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Okay.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Look, she's basically the CEO of a company. She doesn't have time to sleep.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
There's a reason why I always tired.
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Maybe she doesn't like him. Just fear he is scary. I like him though, he's a Giga Champ. Now, is it easier for me? Probably just easier to, you know, teleport out of here.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Convenient too. Novelette. Dude, she's pretty tall. I guess she is wearing big shoes.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Not really, though, big.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
Do have a reason.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
I feel like I know this voice from somewhere. Like it's masked a little bit, but underneath there's a voice that I recognize.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
But I can't place it.
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Definitely. I just can't place it, man.
Please come in.
Coming in. This is a big room. He's all the way at the end.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Thanks.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Yeah, I mean, we had a little bit of an awkward start, but ever since then, he's been pretty chill. Like, I think Nouvelette's a pretty good guy.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Okay.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
We're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
I feel like the game's trying to make me cry.
Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
He did look her in the eyes, so maybe he doesn't have a heart.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Dang you. He went in. Which is fair. They're right to, I guess.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
Hydro Dragon's crying.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
He outside when it happened.
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
There was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait.
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Can I say I am a genius?
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Let's go now.
Let's go then.
Whoa. Where am I? Oh, so this is along the track. That'll be handy to get a travel point here. It's up there. We're not worrying about oculi and stuff like that. I'm not too worried about the exploration until I finish the MSQ and stuff. I mean, when you consider I haven't really explored Inazuma and Sumeru still. Mondstadt and Liyue either.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's probably so many free Primo gems and stuff that I can obtain right now just if I played the game.
There's There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
Oh, so we're the Defias.
My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
With our WoW Classic Hardcore servers coming out next week. This gets me ready for the Dead Mines. I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
It is a home. Bird. Yes, and this one is under the bridge, or not up there. Oh yeah. Might even be in the water. I haven't gone for a swim yet. You know, we got the Fontaine. I've just been doing the MSQ. We haven't done any of the swimming and stuff like that. If it's required in the MSQ, I'll do it, but otherwise, it'll be saved for the full exploration and stuff. I actually saw on Reddit yesterday that there was a guy that already has 100% map completion. Man, this shit's been out for less than a day when that happened. Heck.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Convenient. Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
So just synth. I was wondering if it's anything different, but no, just the same thing.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
Okay.
And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
That doesn't sound great.
As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield.
Makes sense.
Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Maybe there was a duel.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Yes, that is interesting. That it could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it is also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth.
Third person dissolved.
On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself.
True.
Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now.
She's determined.
I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This
And
is
will help.
indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case.
Okay.
But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Yes, that's one reason to want to go out the duel.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Apart from when we were having dinner.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters.
That would be handy to know.
When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Probably not.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war.
True.
The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that
We
case,
need a mole.
why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Maybe Malus was the Giga Chad all along.
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Patient man.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
I would assume so.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
This is Confrérie.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards.
I think it's Thierry.
Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities.
Considering we're attacked by Gardameeks?
Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
I think that should be your biggest concern when you're a leader of any organization, that there is probably an enemy amongst your men.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
You don't want to do things that speak in there to be, but you know, you gotta make contingency.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
Unless you're the bad guy.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Case records, we're back to being detective. 3 years ago, on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped. Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. Alright. A new case.
Trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive.
We'll get to it.
Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water?
Visit Jacques' family.
is settled then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse
Here's
me,
some
miss.
testimonies.
Do you need anything from us?
Oh. Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I mean, it would be quite awkward talking to the family of someone that your father murdered. Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But she didn't do it.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
Children, man.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything.
Standard.
So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Kelly?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
I do wish I'd stop making her almost cry when she's talking because it's emotional.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you.
Navia's voice acting's pretty good. Like there's emotion and deep to it. It's like...
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Jack's family believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Callus acted in self-defense, or was there more to the incident?
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Find it out.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
Nice cats.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Well, that's good, because we're here.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
It would be an awkward moment.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation.
Yes. Interesting. Who shot who? That's the question. Because if Jack shot the other guy, but then Callus shot Jack, why? But if they shot each other and then the one guy threw the gun at Callus... Unless... There's a deep plot.
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't make sense.
But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Probably.
But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us?
Well, people dissolving into water would seem pretty mad at the time, right?
He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry.
Okay.
I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Didn't say anything out of like the ordinary, you know, but we can't just be like, all right, he's a good guy before we talk to the others. Florin, the advisor to the Spina di la Rusa, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case. Traveler, please. And can provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out.
My apologies, boss, for that last sentimental bit. It's just... many years have passed while I've held my tongue. It's not often that I get to share my true feelings with others.
It's just being a bloke. Alright, where are we going? Through the city. Go right here. Thierry.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
I think it's Thierry.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson.
I wonder if this conversation's meant to be happening in Poisson and the game's just bugged because it's only day 2 of the expansion.
Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
We're just chilling.
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
I'm really quite sus about the guards now because the guard was implicated to be, you know, in the ranks.
If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own.
Exactly. Gardamex.
Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do was get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Hypothetically.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage.
He might, though. If you ask nicely, you know, you could be like, hey, chef, I know you're working on my meal, but I'm feeling quite tight in the shoulders right now, if you don't mind.
If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units.
Okay.
They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Not officially.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be
Thanks,
staying in
Thierry.
the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Okay, he was meant to be in the city. It just sounded weird when he was talking about Poisson at the beginning. I was like, we're not in there anymore. Here is the person responsible for official contact between Spina della Russa and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of guard meat.
I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rosula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising it to everyone else.
Alright. Dog. Woof. I just wanted to know. Most of the dogs in this game, if you like swing at them or accidentally hit them with an AoE or something, they'll just try to run away. That one just walks away. He's a Giga Chad dog. I wanted to know. I wanted to see if I could gear the police dog.
Hello, how may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
It was quite strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Don't you?
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Yes.
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
It came after her.
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot.
He is rich.
Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
He could perhaps own Gardamix.
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Convenient.
The confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Ah, a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Finally, someone slipped up.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Just one gunshot? Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie of Cabrera, and was the organizer of the banquet years prior. Confrérie and the Spina de la Russa have always maintained a close working relationship, though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy. He is willing to defend Navia.
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
No, Marcel. You're my prime suspect right now, though. I went from suspecting the guard to Marcel real fast. He would have been the person to know Callus the most, you know, if he's his brother. I mean, that's probably why she calls him uncle, right?
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jack's motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If it was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all. If I was Jacques.
And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything. Maybe the third person fired at Jacques, but Jacques had given Callus the gun already, and then Callus fired the second shot at the third person who decided to dissolve himself instead.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well.
Yes, that is interesting.
It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Marcel?
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. and they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Could have been someone else. Florent's the only other one that I would suspect, and he did give a pretty good spiel about being loyal at the end there, which always makes me sus.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Well, I don't think Thierry has the means, but he is in the guard, so someone in the guard probably does.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Maybe all three of them are in.
Who could it be?
Okay. Which of the three suspects is most likely to have committed the crime? Irrelevant. So we've got Florent, Thierry, and Marcel. Only the rich can privately own large numbers of Gardameeks.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
That's what I'm saying.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well.
What if it's all three of them, though?
The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth production.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Another?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Ah, Childe.
What? Is that someone you know?
He's a friend of mine, I guess.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Yeah, I doubt that he is.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Our planned investigation.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to Irenis, while I'll go investigate that place. Because I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit.
Unless it's Terry.
I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
And before these two other people that we're looking for. God, that would be a twist. I would hate it. I love Silver and Malouse.
See you then!
Combining the information regarding the Gardamix and the investigation results so far, it can be concluded that there is only one person who has a large number of Gardamix in his possession and run the synth business without leaving traces. Person and none other than Marcel.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
I will head over. Just gonna go over here for a second though, because I want to go toilet before I head over. Want to make sure I don't get killed while doing that, so just leave with this. Like, there's so many more things to explore. Is that even on the map yet? Doesn't look like it. Guessing that will be something that comes later on. Beautiful though. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello. Alright, let's get going. I was just thinking, like, I'm enjoying the story a lot because it's way more focused than, like, story in this game generally has been. Like, I think the last time I enjoyed the story a lot was when... Was it 3.2? One of the Sumeru bits.
According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Like, we're going for swimming.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Gotta use the new mechanic. Left control. I heard that they are... Abilities of the transoceanic source water and xenochromatic creatures. Okay. I heard that they censored like the skirt, I guess the underpants. Got gameplay tutorial recovery orb. Question is, this is the recovery orb, alright. I mean, the underwater gameplay does feel nice. What about the combat though? It's just, yeah, combat not so great, but just whipping. Maybe you can get better combat, but for now, you know, we literally just entered the water. I'm not expecting it to be amazing. We're gonna go in there.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base.
I think the
Sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
I think the exploration and stuff underwater will be fun though. It's just the combat right now feels a little bit meh, but maybe it will get better like I... Well, they don't want it to stand out.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Hopefully. Meanwhile...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
That is one way to get the jewel.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress.
He's entertaining, I'm sure, though, for the people.
In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer.
Childe's a bit of a giga-chad now.
So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
I guess he always have been, though.
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Going with Marcel.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court.
Back to court.
Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Good stalling, because now we can fight.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father?
May not have been the one, but...
Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Yes, 2.
When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
Alright.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
That's what I think.
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Alright. Find the loopholes. Banquet happened. There were 2 gunshots. What do we got? Friend. Clothing of an unknown person. True. Maybe this one here.
Something's not
No.
right. Let me think for a little while longer.
It's gonna be somewhere. Not there either.
Right. Let me think for a little while longer.
I feel like that one's probably important.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
We'll get there.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
One's a little bit harder than the last time. Construction of events.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
And what else?
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
I didn't have
Realizing
to.
this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
I was debated by the other testimony because, you know, he didn't take his gun out. So it was weird to me that there were 2 guns, but obviously there's 2 if there's more people, but I thought that might have need to be resolved.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Like, yes, true.
Ah, But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
You would hope so.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Yeah, we did crush her ego a little bit in the last case.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
Would you have listened?
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right.
Eventually.
But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
True.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Hopefully in the background my character's working on that, or I'm gonna
Aren't they
have
just
to.
talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
True. Although, didn't the one guy go running out there? Shit, maybe I fucked up.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain.
I don't know, dude.
In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
From Snezhnaya, huh? More interesting.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now?
Thought's not going so well.
He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Hmm.
Oh, So you do know that name.
Convenient.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Time to fight? Oh man, I gotta go back out there afterwards to get the Oculus. Whoa. I didn't expect to didn't expect to jump out of the water so aggressively. We're already ready. New enemies.
Scatter! Exterminate! Speed of light! Hey!
I'll just fight them like old enemies. The dogs, though. Sad.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
This is an impressive place. Oh, clockwork. I like it. It's like steampunk. Cool. Anything about those guys that I really need to worry about? Not really.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Perhaps we go down to go up. Grab this. See. Okay. Dude, the dive out of the water is sick though. And become a water fighting god. I think the water movement and everything is fun enough. Like the exploration of this zone should be fun just because it feels good.
Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Like the movement is really good. It'll be fun. Since half the zone is underwater. I don't want to give her up. Well, that is sad. I did do a little pulse. I'm actually standing on it.
Speed of light. Hey!
I've forgotten how to do combat in this game. I haven't had to do combat since I got here. It's been really like Final Fantasy XIV story like. Half the story is, well, pretty much all the story so far has just been talking and walking. And then you get a little bit of combat here and there. It's nice because it means it's flowing together well. You can like shoot through that ramp. I'll try again. Oh. Didn't have enough speed. Oh well. Yeah, this clockwork design is sick. Pretty. Gotta get through here. Bridge. Convenient. I was like, are we gonna have to fill water again? But the bridge opening up definitely helps. These guys might be a little bit more challenging. They do seem like bigger boys. Also, they blew up my bloom. How unfortunate.
Quietly now.
Don't blink.
Peace.
I stand by my sword. Propagate. Hey.
A little bit more challenging, sure.
Here comes the catch. Cut to the chase.
They did almost kill Kiching. Wouldn't have been great.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, being charged by Navier as we speak.
That's right. So let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
He's already there, Paimon. Let's have a look. Attacked by its opposite. Just seems everything gets... It's like the same as for every mob. Got it attacked by the opposite. We're looking for evidence again.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
But you're not wearing your glasses.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Probably related to his and Jack's case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Good.
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
It's actually crazy how much of a turn this game has taken with this new zone. Like, you never really... There was never much murder and... Hey, we're just gonna go kill this guy. So, pretty dark so far. Playing this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Clues concerning the Callus case that were found inside a bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Jacques would do the deed, and thus sent a third party to ensure Callus's death. Content that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
And the water's floating up, so probably primordial seawater.
Means this is where they make all the synth, and that special water is the main ingredient.
It looks weird.
If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Pool found in the HQ is filled with water from the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly use it to dissolve people. Not me though, right? I can take a walk in it? Oh, I can't even get into it. There's an invisible wall. But I'm not from here.
Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Probably from the girls that got disappeared, right? There's a name too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Victim belongings.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things, these names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
You discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who owned them within the depths of the HQ. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearances case. This might be proof that it was their final stop. A few things over here.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are so many.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Oh, you should try some Paimon. It definitely proves that this is where they produce it.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from its trade.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Calm down, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
Researchers, man.
You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Bingir, who was dissolved. I wonder if researcher
So that's why you did all of these experiments.
goes by the name of Vache.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
He is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Signed off on a bunch of experiment reports.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to it.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface. Paimon sea.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vache? Maybe he is a Fatui harbinger.
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even
What
Lilith
else?
wasn't able to find anything.
Hmm.
Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Are we just looking at everything again? Yeah, it's all the same stuff. Pool full of water from the primordial sea. Countless sins were bit. Anything else noteworthy? Besides the investigation reports, there are also a lot of research materials here. It seems their experiments have been going on for a very long time. Something about his true identity. Perhaps in the effects. That would make sense.
And Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
If he has anything from his lover.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vignier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
I am a Kiwi, yes. Hello.
Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Made a list of baby names. That is interesting. I can't read them.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vignier's grown son?
Might also be Vache.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
A notebook belonging to a lady named Vignier. I think. She records many stories of her time with her lover Vache. On one of these pages, she prepared many names for their future child, and the name she settled on in the end was Marcel. Maybe it's like a Marcel Jr. thing.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Don't mind me just interrupting court.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
So you've never heard of Vache? Would it be in the notebook? Perhaps.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
I like when our character uses their voice. It means we're getting serious.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Veneer, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
So you did it then.
Attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignere's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, before people knew that people could be dissolved into water, you would have sounded like a crazy person.
Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Veneer is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow.
But he's from Shiznaya, so he can't actually follow.
But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
True.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
He's become unstable.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. A promise. We made a promise.
What if we put him in the well?
Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
That's good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Yes, sir.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court.
Bro, we figured out the primordial water from the last case, and we used it to wrap this one up.
Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Man, we're like the best detective in Fontaine.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is...
Is there a pause here?
Guilty.
Okay. I was gonna say. A little bit of debate.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Take Vacher away, that's a good rhyme.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice!
I mean, if you're operating for over, what, 20 years or whatever he was, as someone who was kidnapping people that long, you have to be pretty incognito, right? So it makes sense as to why he'd just be an ordinary.
He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
Avia?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's finally over.
It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Your child still wants a duel, though.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
What if he's guilty, though?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Okay.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
True.
Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
What is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that will be a thing that happens.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's still in the foul legacy.
He's activating his foul legacy!
Holy. New elite.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
I knew he was a Giga Chad. He did get him though.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Well, Miss Archon.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Sure.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Back to the show.
Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
You know, having Chlorine stand there in that cutscene's a bit distracting though, so we move her over just a little bit.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement.
Her crossing her arms is also helpful.
And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Childe had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Crazy.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Yeah, she just didn't want her ego to be shattered like twice within a few days.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Leave the opera house.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalette! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Okay, if you say so. What have I done here? I did something. Free surf. I feel like we're getting close to a resolution.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
What do you want?
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Around the fountain, not Fontaine, of Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the Hydra.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
I mean, I'm down.
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
Maybe it would give her closure.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Humans? What do you mean humans? I mean, I say the same thing sometimes.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Like, man, humans just fight each other so much.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Alright, guess we're going to the fountain. Marcel and Nouvelette. It was my new favorite. Maybe that's what Nouvelette means, new favorite. Seems right? There's a lot of good characters in this zone, though. Clorinde, Navia.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then I drank water from the primordial sea. Heightened my sensitivity.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vacher.
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vacher!
Vacher? Vacher?
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vacher! Vignier!
Maybe she'll take him out.
Vacher? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vacher, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
Oof.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier.
Oh.
I am the sacrifices.
Yeah, that makes sense. The vengeful spirits.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
Well, technically, he didn't kill her.
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Damn. It looks like I didn't meet Vignier back there in either. They must have wanted me to lure Marcel here from the beginning.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please.
I've been
Have
used.
mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Indeed.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Justice, I think. At least he didn't have to live that long with any guilt. Probably best for him.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Shopping is stressful in its own way, though. My legs are killing me.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Fact.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service.
I was wondering about Charlotte because we haven't seen her since we got here.
Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
We were pretty cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out for a meal.
Well, that's good.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarande wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended.
So I get to go and be sad too?
And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Yes, like I said, can I come?
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Never got to meet him, but he sounds great.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Because the victims finally got their reward, huh?
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be... Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
It's a graveyard. You're allowed to be there.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives.
You know, Neuvillette, his eyes kinda look snake-like. What if he's like the Hydro Dragon?
Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
I mean, it has been raining for days. I think I might have a, you know, my theory might be right.
That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Stop apologize.
So Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
You're not usually supposed to fly around someone's grave. No matter what, Neuvillette is an interesting character. No matter if he turns out to be the Hydro Dragon or Hydro Archon and the other one's just false. We'll find out.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
You can walk.
Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
He did take that seriously.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
First I want to talk to her because just what I do. I talk to everyone.
Paimon's really sorry, Navia, but Paimon did something pretty disrespectful just now.
What are you saying, Paimon? I don't think I get it.
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around someone's grave?
Huh? Who told you that?
Sorry.
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Didn't expect you to go tattletaling. That was between us, Paimon.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Are you a dragon? About the water from the primordial sea.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Which is why it's called Primordial Sea.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the Primordial Sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the Primordial Sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead?
Yes.
To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
About the prophecy that has been circulating around Fontaine.
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good.
Mm-hmm.
Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Yes.
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Not right now.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Like, yeah, it's just like, I'm gonna ignore you said that. What about Childe?
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
Yes, I'd like to investigate that room one day.
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate.
I join.
In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
Yeah.
While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
True. He could want that.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
You know anything about my twin?
Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
That's all.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Yeah, because the dragon's happy now. No. Yeah, that wasn't too long at all. That was quicker than the first act. Which I'm okay with. Means I got it all wrapped up. Now I'm assuming these quests, you know, they've just opened. Yeah, cool. We gotta go see Catherine. There is another quest, but I'm not gonna do it right now. For Linny. Move. I didn't expect this one to want to fight, but
Don't blink.
and they're pretty strong. Pretty strong boys.
Not bad, as far as treasure is concerned.
I'm gonna go get that Oculus. Probably just gonna screw around and maybe do the new bosses once. For a little bit. This. Energy blocks can be naturally occurring or artificially created and are separated into Pneuma blocks and Usha blocks. After collecting an energy block, your next normal or blah blah blah. Okay. And it's not anything that special, but just more gameplay mechanics that they've added to this zone. I do sort of like the way Genshin adds gameplay mechanics to zones because they're... I fell in. I was meant to try and get to the top, but I fell in. They're generally like different enough to be interesting, but not different enough to feel foreign. I will miss the things where you can fly around in Fontaine, not Fontaine, in Sumeru though. That's always fun to travel. Because getting up here, you know, is the biggest struggle I've had to do in this game recently, because usually I just take a quick dash over. Let's go see Catherine really fast. We'll just unlock new stuff here, I guess. I don't think she's a puppet, she just travels really fast. Thanks, Catherine.
Add Astra.
I can do my... Got some Fontaine ones. Let's see. Bull fruit. Money. Don't have any Fontaine characters, but I feel like gathering resources probably important. I'm probably gonna keep my ore people doing the auto. I do have a Fontaine character actually. You might not gain anything from doing it, but we'll just send out whoever. Yeah, now commissions should be open up here. I don't know if I really care about them being just Fontaine right now though. There's still so much stuff I need to do in the other zones. So many achieves. This is the best part about new content. Get to click on all the stuff. What are our other quests? I doubt they take that long. It's probably just unlocking things. But right now I don't care that much. I want to try out the new world bosses. One here. Where's the other one though? Like maybe down here? Oh no, he's down here. I don't know how to get there. We'll go to this one first. I think this one is 2 bosses. Or the potential for 2 bosses, because there's 2 rewards from it.
Take it easy.
But we'll see. Just give them each a go and then probably wrap up in the next 20 or so minutes, depending on how long the bosses take. Talk about what we're doing next week and stuff. So Dirge of Cabelia and Nemesis of Cabelius. Next up are fantastical performances to be delivered by Clockwork Mecha. I said cock. Dirge of Cabelia. Play with the Osa changed. Let's try Dirge Cabelia. See what we're up against. Pneuma imbued attack. I'm scared.
Scatter! Cut to the chase. Speed of light.
New boss fights are always sort of fun to figure out.
Hey! Incoming.
Barbados, guide us.
Definitely want to watch out. Whoa. They got so much AoE.
With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Hey!
Can go behind him when he's doing that. That's good. He's gonna wind. I forgot about his attacks. God, he's being destroyed.
Got lucky that time. Hey!
Can I get enough? Not that time. Everyone's pretty low. I just need enough energy.
Wind, hear me.
Doing it again.
Cut to the chase. Propagate.
Interesting boss fight. Cause like it's like you're having a dance. Wonder how the other one will change it.
Gotcha.
I keep gonna fire at me. It's got actual mechanics. I feel like I'm doing a boss fight in a video game, right?
Speed of light.
Okay. That was actually harder. It probably wasn't as hard as I made it look, but for a first time through, you know, it was harder than I thought it was gonna be. It's not that bad. So we get purple dudes from the first one. I think when I was looking through, the items needed to like upgrade. Got to do both of them anyway for the thingo, but the items needed to upgrade her, right? Yeah, she needs the purple one. So I'm assuming Linny might need the white ones. Can I try both immediately? The question. Maybe not. Go wait for the repair. Okay. We can wait. You know, just give him an hour. Heat him up. Does that work? No, apparently not. Maybe I can try to find this guy. It might be quite hard to get to. Gotta go. Maybe Poisson. Although, can I get on the rail track and then jump off? I may be able to do that, you know? Let's have a look. This is all about discovery, right? Time to go. There's also a boat down here, so I could also take myself, but I wanna see if I'm able to jump off this at any time. So we need to go to about there.
Welcome to the Clementine Line Aquabus. This boat tour will take you to the magnificent Court of Fontaine, the most important city in our nation.
We're not going.
And I'll be your tour guide for this trip. Even though I'm not as reliable as Elfan from the Navia line, I'll still do my very best. And if you're dissatisfied with anything, feel free to let me know right away. Oh, wait a sec. Please contact a staff member with your feedback after reaching the station, and we will address your concerns as soon as possible.
Okay.
Back on topic. The destination of this trip will be the court of Fontaine. If you'd like to learn more about the latest technological developments in Fontaine, the hottest new trends in cuisine, or upcoming sensational trials, please subscribe to the Steambird.
I like the little, while you're on your trip, you get a little bit of dialogue. It adds some flavor to the trip, I guess. If it happens every time, then yeah, it's gonna be annoying, but... There's an Oculus over there. Later, Alvin. No, I can't jump off. I'll see you later. She's just like, what the hell? It continues though. Pretty cool. That's interesting. I think I'll head up there at some point too, just to uncover the last piece of the map that I don't have uncovered, but I want to go to this boss first. I'm assuming it will be down. Go grab the waypoint over here. I think if you jump while you're flying out of the water, it actually stops you. Like, nah, mate. Not allowed. Yellow to dive here. Makes sense. Alright, where do I need to go? Probably a cave. What we're looking for. It looks like a cave, right? Surely. Cave. There he is. Let's see what he's got for us. He looks like a fiery boy. We are in a volcano after all. Probably expecting fire. Do a read. An armored crab lord that has survived for countless aeons and surpassed almost all other Fontaine aberrants. That's a word. Twin molten horns located high on its body are pyro-aligned organs that can unleash more vicious elemental attacks. Grant it even stronger defensive capabilities. When the Armored Crab Lord unleashes certain attacks, its twin molten horns are closer to the ground. It provides a great opportunity to use elemental reactions and remove pyro element. I just want to try to gain a little bit of energy for her. She does seem to have a shield too. How useful the alarm might be. Yeah, that clears it relatively quick. Who would have thought he's weak against water? That doesn't look great. That might be just worth firing at him. Whoa. I do want to heal.
Hear me.
Scatter! With sword from shadow. Speed of light.
They're like heat-seeking frickin' missiles.
Gotcha. Incoming.
Music's pretty low, but it sounds like you're fighting the boss, right? There's that thing again.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Terminate. Speed of light.
Damn, I was hoping I could get that off before he explodes it, but because the whole map is fire. Oh, he's just a normal crab now.
Barbados, guide us.
We burned his whole core off.
With sword from shadow. Scatter.
That boss is a bit easier. Both alright though, both alright fun. Might keep that around. We get Emperor's Resolution. Okay. So we need to do that for that. Like both of them, I guess. I think there were like two things. Oh, we got both. Cool. Destroy the Emperor because we destroyed his horns. Pretty much done with that boss until I actually near farm it in the future now. But I want to do the Nemesis on the other one. That was an alright boss. I mean, they're just the bosses that people will be farming, you know, every day when they do this stuff. So it's not like they're going to be amazingly interesting. One thing I'm shocked that we didn't really do in the story is like fight a giant boss, actually. But I'm sure it will happen. I would do the Nemesis. Yeah, it just seems the same thing, but different. Try to get energy beforehand, so I'm ready for anything.
Incoming.
AoE.
Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. Scatter.
Quite hard to dodge.
Speed of light. Spring forth. Incoming.
Alright, there's ice boys around the room.
Cut to the chase.
Now she goes out.
Change of plan.
Holy.
Hear me.
We did break the shield quickly, but my god.
Things are about to get dicey.
Incoming.
Gotta watch the AoEs.
Nowhere to hide. Don't blink. Hey.
This boss is much harder than the other one. I'm wondering if... Okay, it just breaks itself anyway. I was wondering about that.
Propagate! Incoming! Cut to the chase!
You gotta start moving out as soon as you hear like the wind sound.
Don't blink! Speed of light! Incoming! Hey!
I think that one was easier than the other version, but no, 2 unique fights and it's only 1 fight, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, you get the white one. I'm sure I'll forget which one is which. But you know, for now, I don't really need to farm them because I'm not really planning on going for Linny, and I doubt I'll be leveling Linny anytime soon. Get any achievements for that? No. So I want to go unlock this. Maybe the quickest way to get there. Just so I can have the whole map discovered. I think this zone will be pretty fun to explore. Especially with the underwater aspect. Like I haven't even scratched the surface, right? This kind of want from... That's already gonna grow, but it'll be fine.
Don't blink! Hey!
These guys do quite a bit of damage. Oh, they grow. They turn into giants. Maybe not giants, but he got pretty big. But I don't want to be a little man anymore. Just grow up really fast. Ramps. What's that guy doing? Looks like a regular raider, right? I'll fight him. Yeah, these are just regular mobs. Had them for many a year.
Nowhere to hide. Hey!
But I will take their treasure. There's one more over here.
Don't blink.
Music's pretty dramatic. Which makes sense. We are in the land of drama. We've been in court for like 2 days straight. I can't just run through those and open them. It's good that I'm using your lawn because like these flowers need a hydro to open. I missed. Thing over there. We'll just collect all the stuff. There is events on right now that require you to collect a lot of stuff, so while running around exploring, you might as well. Get up here. Continue. We're going over there. Like, because I haven't actually finished the mirror. I mean, I've never even done a quest in these parts yet. Like, I ran through it just to get to, like, the Nahida stuff, but there's so much of the world map that I haven't actually touched. Even in the old places. Probably not going to spend too much time in Fontaine, like, when I'm playing this in my own time, but get through the story and everything I thought was important. Now I don't need to worry about it, you know, I can just play. Come back today. I am missing the ability to get up to high places quickly though. I actually need to climb a cliff. It's fucked. But yeah, while we're winding down and just head into this this place to unlock the zone map, which is right there. Next week we'll have more Final Fantasy XIV as we usually do. But I'm thinking, because there's a new Path of Exile League coming out this weekend, there's a chance, if I'm ever like bored of 14, I might stream a little bit of that next week. So maybe more variety. It's always good, let's be real. But I think for Genshin, probably won't stream it for a little bit. There's the liney story that I might stream, but I think Genshin is... It's just going to be like an MSQ thing for me when I do decide to stream it, so... I'm not going to be a Genshin Impact streamer, you know? I do not have the money to be a Genshin Impact streamer. And shit requires a lot. But yeah, like the Linny story quest, I'll either do like in my own time or on stream. They're usually like 2 hours, so it could be interesting to do when I'm bored.
I got a new letter.
Speaking of money, I did save this for the expansion, just in case I could get like any new 4-star. So any of the new stuff that might happen. Have a look. Doesn't look like it right now. Which is also fine. Make a wish. This is to get you. Gotta get good luck. It's on stream after all. Since I have 13. Well, it's not. It's just standard. I don't have Dory. I'm okay with that. That means I get a free one back. Works for me. But yeah, I'm currently saving up my special ones, plus all my primo gems. I was thinking like I wouldn't mind Yalon C2, right? But it's just a support for me also, so C2 would gain more damage by doing that. But even though I have like 100 rolls and I might possibly get one, it's not guaranteed because my history, well, I haven't wished in a very long time, but my history was on the last Yalon banner and that's, I got her and then stopped. But I'm thinking about just saving everything I get from now and waiting until like Raiden Shogun comes back. Try to get a C2.
The situation has changed again.
Saving C2 Raiden would be sick. Wasn't there an event? Maybe it's not on just yet. Thought there was going to be an event on... Yeah, it's probably not on just yet. Unlike these things here. But I guess that's coming out later. Thing is under me. This one though, I should be able to see it, right? This water doesn't look very healthy. Yep. Paimon's gonna get cooked. I thought so. So there's probably a puzzle here. I'll mark it on the map. Puzzle? Question mark? That's for me to figure out later. Did it mark on the map? I mean, it's there. It might be underground.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
That's interesting. Like, usually you'd see a treasure guarded by mobs. That's in that situation. I'm just gonna level Dory up to 20 real quick. This is what I do when I get a new character. I just ascend them one time.
Does this mean you're invested?
Just so I can get the free roll. So we're at 4 now. After using them, you know. Getting more characters. But yeah, like I said, maybe some Path of Exile next week. It depends how I feel. I haven't fully decided if I'll play the new league or for how long I'll play it. But it does look interesting. There's like a TFT mechanic in it and such. We're not going to deal with that just yet. Any quests in this zone? I'm probably not going to touch them. But more like Eureka Orphos and maybe some Ultimate Prep next week. We were doing Abyssos yesterday. That's why I had to stop streaming this game. I probably would have finished the whole story yesterday if I was able to stream it all day. But it's been a good few days of not having to play Final Fantasy. Sometimes you need those breaks. Yeah. See how next week goes. I would like to do some more variety though, going forward. And speaking of variety, World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore will be out next week. I may not play it next week because I don't really want to play the first few days because I'm worried about like DDoS attacks and stuff like that, because you know, leveling up on the first few days is probably hype, but at the same point, if I lose the hype because I lose a character to a DDoS attack, then it's not gonna feel very good, and I'll just be like, oh, that's shit. So maybe like 2 weeks from now I'll play that. What's this? What's going on here? Like a drilling mechanism.
Scatter! Cut to the chase.
Interesting. I mean, its attacks aren't that hard to dodge. Just see when they all go over my head.
Incoming.
Oh, that's where you get the mechanical gear. I guess you get a lot of them everywhere. I like how they have 2 different like elements in the zone, and you can pick them up every now and then. I'm wondering if like the characters that come from the zone will also have the ability to produce them. I have to do this because I'm not running around with 2-handed. But yeah, so Path of Exile potentially next week with Final Fantasy. If I feel bored and I have a few hours left of my stream at some point next week, I might do the Linny storyline, or I'll probably maybe do it over the weekend, you know. I might put this Act 4, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 up on YouTube. My YouTube channel. Currently just got Final Fantasy content, but most of the people that are subscribed to me over there are friends anyway, so not like they won't understand. I play video games. And I don't want to be like just beholden to one video game ever in the future, so gotta get out of that real fast. I want to go up here now. Man, this game, it's like OCD, you know? It's like, oh, I found something, or ADHD even. I found something different on the map that I want to look at. I just scared that bird away and stole its eggs, so. Like, there's so much exploration, especially because you got to go underneath. Like, under the water will have so much more stuff. And then there's fishing that might have good rewards from the zone too. Can I have a look at the rewards, actually? One day we will get to the point where I'm okay with being like, okay. Surely I can just fish by like being in the water myself. I don't need a fishing rod. See if I can look at the rewards. The sword. I don't have any of the fish. They're all new, I guess, yeah. Increases elemental skill crit rate by 8%. Additionally, increases energy recharge by 16. 5 seconds after using elementals. That's okay. I guess refining it though, you'd gain a bit, right? Depending on how it scales up. Not bad. I don't know if it's very good for like anyone I'm using, but I guess it could be. If this goes way high, I could see it being used on like a gene, something like that. I'll grab these. I have the means to. I'll let the smart people that actually play this game for all the content figure that out for me. But I definitely do not. Oh, we still have Childe's vision. True. I forgot we didn't steal it from him, but you know. We got it from him. But anyways, probably gonna be me for today. Thanks for joining me. It was a pretty fun story today. Yesterday it started out a little bit slowly, but that's to be expected. But I'm gonna go and chill, do whatever. If I see you guys after the weekend, I'll see you then. If not, whatevs. It'll just be... I'll probably get back into Eureka Orphos next week. I want to get another save file to 61, so I'll probably have 2, because I want to make a video out of the blind prog. And whatever else happens next week, we'll find out then. But have a good night or day, depending on where you are in the world. Enjoy your week.